Chris brought a dog.
Did he?
Yes.
He's bringing him to.
I don't know. They were setting her up upstairs, so we'll see.
Is it the dog that's gonna hang out with us?
Yes, it is.
Oh, we're on microphone. The microphone is on or something. Whose mic is on?
Good morning. If anyone needs help.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started with our work session. Good morning, Ms. Bryan.
Mayor, and good morning, everyone. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council for Monday, September 2nd, 2025. It is 9:05 a.m. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Acevedo, Representative Maldonado Rocha, Representative Boyer Trejo, Representative Nino, Representative Limon, Representative Canales, and alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Fantastic. Representative Acevedo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Prime, before we get started, maybe we can have IT come out and lower the volume because we're getting an echo.
Yes, sir.
They're going to lower the volume real quick for us.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Nick.
That
We're ready,
brings
Ms.
us to item number 1, and this is a presentation and discussion on the overview of the Department of Environmental Services Median Maintenance Program.
Good morning, Nicholas Ibarra with Environmental Services. If IT could pull up the presentation.
IT, this is for item 1.
Must be a day after Labor Day. All right, Nick, it looks like we're up.
Looks good. Okay, once again, Nicholas Ibarra with Environmental Services. I'm here to provide an update on the median maintenance activities through Environmental Services. This is part of Strategic Goal 3 to promote the visual image of El Paso. This is per council direction at the council meeting on 8/19/2025 to provide a presentation on the city existing schedule, priority list of weed abatement, number of crews currently assigned, and geographic coverage estimate timeline to complete citywide and staffing. So the ESD maintenance, it provides a visual image of medians, walking paths, islands, downtown trees, and cul-de-sacs. So it's not just the medians that are maintained by our median group, it's also these other items. Every time there's an island, at a traffic intersection that has any landscaping, also walking paths that are designated as walking paths throughout the city of El Paso, we assist with the maintenance of those. Downtown trees, we maintain all the downtown trees in the entire DMD footprint, and cul-de-sacs. Those are the islands when in the different neighborhoods that we maintain. There's also often landscaping associated with those. Typically, environmental services talks about miles because that's easier, more understandable to the residents, but technically we work in square footage. So we converted miles into miles, but technically we run, it's about 52,800 square feet per mile if you think the average mile or median is about 10 feet wide. But my presentation is going to be in square footage because that's what we actually work with when it comes to, is there still an echo? Because is there still a echo? Yeah. Is there still an echo? Yes. Try again. Is that better?
Nick, let's give him a few minutes to sort this
Not
out.
a problem.
All right, Nick, let's give it another try.
Is there still an echo? Is there an echo? No. Okay. Okay. Back again, like I was mentioning, we maintain the medians, walking paths, islands, downtown trees, and cul-de-sacs. This equates to approximately 18.3 million square feet of coverage that we currently have throughout the city, which it grows every year as we accept improve the medians through the city projects and through state projects through TxDOT. That's an estimated through TxDOT maintained state roads. That's about 6.2 million square feet that the city of El Paso maintains through the partnership with TxDOT. This is a complete map of all the medians, islands, walking paths, everything that the median groups does throughout the city of El Paso. As you can see, it covers a great portion of the entire city. TxDOT medians, I wanted to include those in there to let everybody know that we maintain those also anytime they improve those. That would be Alameda, Zaragoza, North Loop, Montana, McRae, Mesa, Dyer, MLK Jr., Baisano, Gopia, Pershing, Delta, Trans Mountain, Doniphan, Socorro, and Westside. A lot of these within the past few years have been updated through TxDOT, so they have brand new medians placed in there with vegetation and additional irrigation that we must maintain through the agreement that we have through TxDOT. So the ESD maintenance staff currently has 47 full-time employees with 7 vacancies currently, and we have sufficient equipment for 6 crews deployed throughout the city to maintain the medians year-round. These employees are funded through the environmental fee. Currently, so right now, since once the rainy season starts, we do start overtime at those times. So they work Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and then we do voluntary overtime on Saturdays for those that want to come in and do additional work to earn additional overtime. The majority of the time, we do not get any volunteers on Saturday because in speaking to our staff, they prefer to have the 2 days off in order to recover to come back in full force on Monday to do the overtime throughout the week. So automatically, they're already getting 10 hours of overtime during the week, and they're out there every day doing the best job as possible. We also have additional crews that we brought in through our beautification group, which I'll mention in future slides, and then a third-party contractor that assists us. So the regular maintenance activities that our median maintenance groups do is we cut grass, pull weeds, remove any dead plants, collect trash and debris. A lot of the trash and debris gets collected in the bushes. That's where the majority of the debris is that you might have seen driving throughout the city. We prune trees and prune bushes. Perform minor rock wall repairs because some of the medians throughout the city do have rock walls, and we will have issues where the concrete wears out or the rocks move or even an accident that we'll manage and take care of. We'll blow out all the landscaping rock too to make sure we try to get as much dirt as out of it. So the one issue we see is that during those windstorms in the spring months of El Paso, it'll blow in a lot of dirt into the medians, and that's really the breeding ground for weeds. That dirt, all you need is a little bit of dirt, the seeds. They blow in the seeds also, and when the rainfall occurs, that's when we do see sprouting of weeds in the medians. We inspect and repair irrigation, and we spray herbicide during the spring and summer months because it's heat activated, so we only spray during those months, and then during the fall and winter, we spray pre-emergent. So if there is weeds in the medians, it'll reduce the amount of growth that we have starting in the springtime. In addition, starting this year earlier, 6 months ago, we were able to get 2 additional vehicles. So we do have 2 crews that just go around the entire city, and all they do is spray herbicide in all the medians to try to prevent growth as much as possible. So it's just 2 crews that are just constantly driving around trying to get ahead of them. What they typically do, if they know we're going to be, let's just say on Dyer, they'll go to Dyer ahead of time, spray it so they could kill the majority of the weeds before our staff gets out there and just starts pulling them or mowing them down. So we're getting ahead of it before we get out there. And then, once we're done with the cleanup of the median, the actual crews also have herbicide canisters on their vehicles, and they spray the median afterwards. So we're getting it beforehand and we're getting it after. The only restrictions with the herbicide, which is, it's hard for El Paso, is if the wind speed is over 10 miles an hour per state law, we're not allowed to spray because it'll travel past the medians and we're not allowed to do that. And then also if rainfall is forecasted in the day, we won't spray that day either because it'll dilute the chemicals to a point that they're not even going to be activated in any of the heat. Additional median maintenance activities that not many people know of is we do vehicle accident cleanups. So on an average, as you've seen throughout the city, there will be accidents where vehicles end up on the medians. That we typically have 1 to 2 on a weekly basis, which pulls a crew off, and we'll send them to the median to provide that cleanup. Typically takes anywhere from 2 to 4 hours for a crew to go to the site. It usually involves returning rock into the median, repairing rock walls to at least being visually acceptable for the residents, fixing irrigation lines, and just overall just clean up to make sure everything's back in order after an accident. Then we also remove visual obstructions. As you can see in the picture below the visual obstruction, we typically have vegetation in the first 20 feet of a median, which we often get complaints from the residents, where they're trying to make a left or right turn and they see those, well, actually it's left turned in the median. So they see those bushes and they call in and say, hey, I can't see oncoming traffic. Can you please send staff to remove the obstruction? So we do take care of those also through the process, the reporting process through 311 and through 212-6000. And then we do post-weather cleanup. So after rainfall events, you do see a lot of rock wash-off into the street. So we'll send staff out there to go clean up after heavy rainfall events of any rock or anything removed from, and we'll even have trees fall down during rainfall events because it'll loosen up the soil enough where some trees will knock over and we'll have to go maintain those right afterwards. This includes illegal dumping. We'll have people throw mattresses, trash bags, and different items within the medians. We'll send staff to go clean those up as soon as possible to make sure there's any vector growth possible in the medians. And then last, we do downtown trees also. So there's a little over 200 trees in the downtown district that our medians group takes care of. This is two full-time staff members take care of this on a daily basis. They trim, they do weed abatement, and they do hand watering because none of the trees in the downtown district have irrigation due to the amount of concrete. So there really isn't a way to install irrigation when these trees were first planted. So it's our staff that does all the watering throughout the downtown district. As I mentioned, we moved over some of our beautification staff. Currently under beautification, there's 26 FTEs. There's 6 crews of approximately 4. 2 crews stayed back with beautification, which they do property cleanup. So as we've spoken at before on our one-on-ones, they do all the cleanups that the code department goes to property for weed abatement and different issues of trash. And those staffs will do the cleanups after all the legalities of code and informing the residents. And then we have 1 crew that does bulk pickups, which is the $35 service that's provided by Environmental Services to the residents if they have any large items that they want picked up at their home. But we do have 3 crews assisting the median maintenance group right now. They're working the same schedule as the median group, 6 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, and then voluntary overtime on Saturdays. As mentioned earlier, we do have a third-party contractor that does the top 20 medians throughout the most traveled medians throughout the city with medians. They cover approximately 5 million square feet. They're contracted for 4 cycles annually, but historically they've been able to complete 3 to 3.5 cycles annually. Their annual contract's $1.2 million. Like I mentioned, they're only going to complete about $1 million worth of work this year, so they've been trying hard to complete all 4 cycles, but they've had issues with hiring and just the amount of vegetation that they've had to deal with on this annual basis. These are the top 20 most traveled roadways. They include Alabama Fred Wilson, Country Club, Edgemere, George Dieter, Hawkins, Lee Trevino, McCombs, Mountwood, Pelicano, Red, Wrestler, Rich Beam, Saul Clanfield, Sean Haggerty, Shadow Mountain, Sunland Park, Tierra Este, Viscount, Westwind, and Yarborough. This is the district breakdown of how many square feet that we manage per district. It ranges anywhere from 3.5 million at the highest to approximately 1.4 million on the low end. It's pretty spread out throughout the city, so we see a good breakdown throughout the city of the amount of medians that are updated and maintained throughout the city. So currently, Environmental Services, so our median crews are at Alameda and Delta, Edgemere and Rich Beam, Stiles and Boucher, Silver Springs, Dyer, Copia, and then the downtown area. Our beautification crews are at Fairbanks, Angoria Loop to Railroad, Magnetic, and Hondo Pass. And then our third party is currently at Hawkins and Shadow Mountain. So overall, it takes Environmental Services a week and a half to 2 weeks to complete 1 mile. As I mentioned, it's not really a mile. It's 52,800 square feet of cleanup. I just have the mile in there just to give you a general idea of the length and distance that we're dealing with, but it's 52,800 square feet. So it takes about anywhere from a week and a half to 2 weeks. In addition, we partner with Code to help with the assistance on the double frontages. So it's the property owner's responsibility to maintain all the parkways and sidewalks abutting their property. All sides of the residential property, including parkways, sidewalks, must be kept free of trash, debris, overgrown vegetation, and weeds over 12 inches. Double front properties are located on street corners between two streets and must be maintained on the parkway at all sides. So we do work with code frequently to get the word out there and provide information to the residents to let them know that that is their responsibility, because a majority of the complaints we do get are on the parkways, and we work with code to inform them that that is the residents' responsibility. And then we've been working with the PIO office to increase our communication. So we've developed a 6-month community cleanup campaign, hoping to start next March to August. This is to provide a public awareness campaign to encourage public participation in enhancing the visual image of El Paso. This includes a city code regulation and for maintenance of double fronts, our community tool sheds at all citizen collection stations. So we do have a community tool shed at each of our 5 citizen collection stations. So if you need to borrow rakes, brooms, shovels, any of the equipment to help clean up your yard, we do have those tool sheds to lend out for free. We do have our special collection services, which is our bulk pickup, our citizen collection stations, and our country store. All median maintenance activities, ESD cleanup coordination with the neighborhood associations and council. As many of you know, September 20th and October 4th, we're going to be having our community cleanups for all the districts, so we could provide an extra cleaning opportunity or a location for residents to dump any waste that they have at their house or any cleanups that they're doing at their own property. With PIO, they'll be doing this through email blasts to neighborhood associations, city employees, community partners, guest speakers for city reps meetings and community partners, info shared at city facilities as rec centers, community events, and with education partners, news releases, paid media, and social media. I think this is going to be a great opportunity to get the word out there a little earlier when, everybody knows it rains during the summer months, but also we want to get the word out there just to be kind to our employees. I've mentioned this to the city manager and to my DCM. Our employees have been getting a lot of backlash in the medians. Either we've had an incident with a BB gun in one of our trucks. They throw trash at our median maintenance crews. They yell at them. They complain about the TMAs, which is the traffic mounted attenuators, slowing down traffic. So we just want to get the word out there that we're out there working hard and making sure we're doing as much as possible to make the city look better. And now I'm open for questions.
Well, Nick, thank you for the presentation. And first and foremost, the safety of your crews and our employees is paramount. That's the most important thing, and we do want the public to make sure that they are treating our employees and not attacking them with BB guns or any of the things that you just mentioned. Nick, I'm going to start off and just with a few comments. And a lot of us on the dais here have been getting a tremendous amount of calls about this issue, and whatever questions you can answer would be great. If not, maybe the city manager can jump in. But I know that in 2024, the amount of rain was about 4.7 inches. Fast forward to 2025, through August 13th, it's been about 5.58 inches of rain, which is still below our annual amount of 8 to 10 inches. And forecasters are not anticipating us hitting that rain amount this year. Cities like Phoenix, Albuquerque, Tucson, and many others experience the same type weather pattern that El Paso does with the monsoons. Knowing that others have the same weather pattern that El Paso does, why are we experiencing such a overgrowth of weeds, and specifically in our median areas? And did we spray a herbicide to try to knock this down before it got to this level?
So to answer multiple questions, so yes, there has been a rain increase, and I do track multiple rain gauges throughout the city. Though the overall main rain gauge in the city does say 5.3 inches, but there has been some areas in the city that has reached over 8 inches already in rainfall. So there has been certain areas, because you could tell in El Paso we don't get rainfall throughout the entire city. It hits in certain locations. So there has been almost double the amount of rainfall in certain areas, which include the Far East and the Northeast that have received that. Yes, we do have the similar weather as other cities like Phoenix and other desert areas. I've visited those cities on vacation, on personal time, to see what the difference is. The medians are practically the same, just with a little bit more trees. But I do see weeds in other cities also. I've driven around and they get the same amount of weeds we do. I don't want to say the same amount. They do get weeds like we do. It just happens after rain falls. You know, that's just the thing. A lot of the median landscaping that we have is rock, and they have rock. And then, like I said, when the dirt comes in, it breeds a perfect breeding ground for weeds to grow in there after any rainfall. And yes, we do. We spray it continually throughout, I want to say starting in March and ending in October, because like I said, the herbicide is heat activated, so we want to get in those warmer months to make sure we're getting the full use of our herbicide, and then we continue spraying with pre-emergent during the colder months because it doesn't require the heat to activate, and that pretty much acts like a deterrent. If there is weeds in the median, it'll stop them from growing and keep them at the same size until the springtime when we could get them with herbicide or before they get cleaned.
Okay, so taking that for a fact that the rains more in other areas, but we're measuring from the airport is how they come up with the data. And I spoke to TxDOT, so looking at some of the TxDOT right-of-ways and the rock areas that they have, assuming that they're getting the same amount of rainfall that other parts of El Paso is, there is no weeds in a lot of their areas. So they've done something that has treated the weeds in their area to where it doesn't look as bad as it does in the city.
Mayor, I just want to make sure that you know that prior to 2018, we did not have responsibilities for TxDOT's right-of-ways and medians.
Okay.
That contract changed, and over with that came $2 million worth of responsibility. So, we've been putting a lot of effort into maintaining the medians. Prior to 2018, we only had city medians. TxDOT paid for their own right-of-way. And so it really has stretched our capacity to really focus on what has historically been our own. As you've heard the team say, we've thought about whether you can add more people, whether you can add more capacity to contracts. You're hearing that even the contracts that we have are not able to pull at the rate that allows us to be able to do extra. So it doesn't make sense for us to add to a contract that's not even sort of hitting its capacity. Certainly not making excuses. We know that this is an issue for us. It was a huge issue for us in 21, 22 when we had huge rainfall. I think this year the combination of the wind, and the sand and everything that went with that, in addition to these pieces, are certainly adding to it. And the staff are committed to making sure that we can be more proactive in thinking about some of this. Some of what Nick has been thinking about is, do we talk about designs that look different for these areas that still respect having beautification in our city, but have some elements of that helps us to be able to reduce, some of the weeds that we might be experiencing. But I just wanted to make sure I put on the record for the TxDOT piece because that was huge for us.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking mainly more along the freeways when you drive out to the east side or to the west side. The areas that TxDOT is maintaining doesn't have the overgrown weeds like we do on some of our medians. The other concern is that, there has been economic development is a big driver, one of my biggest pillars, and there's been a number of companies come into town, and when we drive down certain roadways here, they're seeing the overgrown medians, and I don't think a 6-foot weed grows in a week or two. I think it's been there for quite some time. You mentioned 3 and 3.5 cycles annually is what a contractor can do, Nick. What metrics do we measure the contractor by? How do you measure to know if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing?
So we have office staff that goes out and inspects prior to payment. So we'll go out and inspect the medians to make sure they're meeting the standards that our staff is meeting by pulling the weeds, cleaning everything out, make sure that everything is to meeting the standard that we're doing with our City of El Paso staff internally. So we do have inspectors that go out and make sure prior to payment that they're meeting all standards. And if they're not doing all the work within the median, we'll have them go back to make sure they're completing everything as properly as possible to meet the standard that before they get paid.
Okay. There's this thing is lit up like a Christmas tree here. So the last comment that I'll have is I've been here, my whole life, and I don't recall it being, this bad. And it's, all of us have received texts, calls, and one of the comments was, how do you expect us, the community, to be responsible for weeds when we can't maintain our own? So we're going to have to figure this out because it is becoming a much bigger issue because we're all feeling it here on the dais. With that, Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nick, for the presentation. I really appreciate the detail on here. Just a couple of questions based off of what was on the item. The schedule, I know that the schedule says March to August for next year for the cleanup campaign. When can we expect, or what's the timeline that we can expect the weeds to be cleaned up this year?
I don't have a finalized timeline because, like I said, we just have 6 crews right now. Typically, it takes us pretty much the entire year of continually rotating through all the medians to get everything completed throughout the year. Like I said, we're continually rotating through all the streets, so I don't have a finalized timeline. It's just we're going through the entire rotation of the cycle, which should take us a few more months to get through the cycle again before we get to the start and restarting the medians that we worked on beforehand. The thing is, what we've seen also, we've completed medians and it rained, and we had just completed that median and we've seen growth already pop up. So we've had issues with, should we move on to the next one or should we start the same one over again before moving on to the next one? So we're working on those challenges and trying to make sure we're scheduling every median within the city as quick as possible to make sure we go through a rotation. But it will take a few months before we It'll get a lot better once the rainfall starts, and a lot of the weeds, it'll make it a lot easier for our staff to pull them out and clean up through the medians once everything starts dying down a little bit when the rainfall stops.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that you said that you have 2 spraying units,
Yes.
right? And you can't spray if wind is greater than 10 miles an hour.
Correct.
And you cited state law.
Yes.
Would you happen to know that law number by any chance?
No, I can get that for you, though. I don't
Okay.
have it with me currently.
Okay, thank you. And then I also saw illegal dumping is part of this, and vehicle accidents that
Yes.
kind of the debris lands on the median in that area. So are there fines for dumping?
I'm not sure if there's fines. We'd have to provide all the information for the. They would have to have all the information for illegal dumping, like who's doing it, license plate numbers, and a lot of that happens when we don't have anybody around to document the information or nobody reports it. So typically, when there's illegal dumping, nobody sees it. So we can't find anybody for any of the legal dumping. For the that vehicle accidents, we do work with police department. They let us know if there's an accident. They do provide information on that, and we try to recover any money from that. But just when it comes to physical time that we're using, it costs us just approximately about $25,000 in man hours to go out and fix the medians after accidents.
25,000 in man hours?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said you had 6 crews right now that are working in this area or in this group, right? You have 6
Throughout the
crews,
city, yes.
26 FTEs?
No.
what you
So
have?
we have 47 FTEs as part of the median group.
47 FTEs. Okay.
Yeah, and with 7 vacancies.
So total, you should be at 54?
No, we will be at 47. It's just we have 40 right now.
Oh, you're at 40. Okay,
Yes.
47 is your cap.
Yes.
Okay, hold on for me. But you have 26 on the beautification staff?
Yes, and we brought over 3 groups from that to do separate medians during this heavy rainfall season.
And right now they're working 6 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday?
Yes.
And I guess I'm trying to understand if we're limited and we don't really have a timeline as to when the weeds will get cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something that's in place for mitigation? Meanwhile?
Bringing over the groups from beautification and working overtime is our mitigation plan currently. We're using all the resources we can as part of the environmental fee to take care of the medians as much as possible.
And my last question, and this is it. So, by any chance, what you all use for the spray, right? Do you work in conjunction with Parks and Rec to see because I know that they use something for their weed abatement also.
Mm-hmm.
Do they not? Do you all work together for that?
Yes,
or-
it's pretty much the
the
same
same?
chemical that they use. We all get trained throughout the same herbicide license
Okay.
folks, so it's all the same chemicals that are used throughout streets and maintenance, Parks and Rec, and environmental services.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, first of all, tremendous amount of work out there for you also. I appreciate how much you get through with, the limited crew that you have, and I know that's one of the very difficult jobs to hire as well, because it's very difficult work. So I appreciate all the employees who are out there working hard, and the employees for the contractor as well. I know they share the same struggles. It feels like just yesterday, but I remember 2018 when there was quite a lot of talk about TxDOT and their decision not to continue maintaining their own their own medians. Can you talk a little bit about what that agreement looks like? I mean, again, I know it's about $2 million in obligation, but
Richard Bristol come up
Sure.
and speak on that. He was director during that transition.
Good morning, sir. Richard Bristol with the City Manager's Office. In 2018, we got a notification from TxDOT that their interpretation of the municipal maintenance agreement was that anything within the right-of-way would be our responsibility. And with that, they stopped and notified us in writing that they will stop maintaining medians and hand them to us. What we had to do at the time, in all honesty, is we were all on contract at the time. All of our citywide medians were on contract. We could not get a larger allocation from the environmental fee that year, so we found a way to bring them all in-house. And we took on, like the city manager said, we estimated right under $2 million of contracted work at the time. So we didn't have $2 million more to deal with, so we had to find a way to put it all in-house and make it an internal process, and we did that. So that's what we have the positions on staff now. We did supplement it with a third party like Nick's doing now, but labor has been the key over the last few years. That's really hurt us.
do we feel that there's more capacity out there if there were, I know the current third-party contractor is at the limit of what they're able to accomplish. Is there other labor out there that could potentially pick up?
There's labor out there, sir. Getting them to bid on our program is a different story.
Yeah.
But there is labor out there, and the cost of labor is what's influencing his ability to get 3 to 4 treatments a year as opposed to 8. We were able to do this a lot more with more frequency when the costs were lower. There was a time we were doing it biweekly. At these labor prices, I think, and traffic control as well, that would be a challenge. But honestly, keeping up with medians has a lot to do with the cost of labor.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's, I know we just adopted a budget 2 weeks ago, but something to consider in the upcoming year is that if we want to see more median maintenance, more cycles of each median, we'd have to consider a greater allocation for it. It's heartbreaking to hear that your crews are facing threats and some aggression from the public. They're out there working incredibly hard, and really it's up to us up here to make decisions about the kind of funding that we allocate to median maintenance. And so, sorry, colleagues on council, but the public should direct their anger to us and not to the crews on the street. We're the ones who make the decisions on what we want to spend on this. So thank you again to everybody who's out working hard on the maintenance crews.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicholas, and the entire staff for all their great work. I did see some of the maintenance crew on Rich Beam and also on John Hayes cleaning last week, so very grateful for all the work that you all do. I know that in the budget process, I did request, in one of my council budget requests, I had requested for additional funding for median upkeep, cleaning, and spraying. And you all were able to provide some analysis of what it would cost, everything from the startup costs to the annual costs and whatnot. But in the presentation, I have a couple of questions in regards to the vehicle debris. It says that you guys do it, is it 2 times a week, or can you walk me through the process of that? If there's an accident, does PD give you all a report and then you all go out and clean up the debris, or how does that work?
So we do it one of 2 ways. Typically, either we hear from the police department, let us know that there was an accident in a location this weekend, or we'll hear about it online or through the news, or even through FitFam, we'll see it, and our staff will let us know that, hey, there was an accident here, there was this, and this debris, we need to go take care of it. So we're proactive. We're always checking to see where the accidents are if we don't hear from the police right away. But we do have that communication, but Some of these accidents happen late at night or early in the mornings where the word doesn't get back to us. So we use all avenues to check for all the median maintenance activities that we need to take care of throughout the city.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Now, in regards of kind of what the mayor had asked about the metrics with the contractor, is there a way for us to see the cleaning schedule ahead of time or get a better idea as to when they're going to be cleaning the specific medians? I know that earlier this year, my office had requested different medians to be cleaned, and I know that there's a schedule every 3 months, right? Is it every 3 months that they get visited? But I was trying to understand in regards of like the weather. I think if we were to focus a little bit more into the summer months or the months that we have the more growth rather than, for example, in the winter, I'm not sure if there's that growth happening. I know in District 5, I have some medians that have absolutely no landscaping. It's just dirt or even some roundabouts. So I know that I have faced a lot of, constituents reaching out to my office in regards of some of the weeds growing, including I know that, we're not responsible for the double frontage homes or the parkway, which is why I had asked if we could put that in the presentation, because I have some areas in my district that some of the double frontage or the parkways have grown up to 4 or 5 feet tall. And I know that I have had conversation with Ms. Mack and some of the staff members in regards of the current municipal code states that we don't really go through the process or notify the homeowners until the weeds are over 12 inches, right? So I think I would love to navigate the conversation of, last week in my briefing with Ms. Mack, I had mentioned that in regards to the community outreach, possibly working alongside with like El Paso Water and putting an insert there of notifying the constituents or the residents of like the responsibilities will be extremely helpful, because a lot of times people just don't know. And I know that we've constantly visited what we don't know, right? So I think I would really love to explore those conversations. One question for you all, or I don't know if this is Ms. Mack or if this is Environmental Services or CID, in regards to the new medians, any new median that gets installed or any new roundabout, are we looking at measures to help deviate from possibly overgrown weeds in the future, like better plastic underneath, something that could be in place to where we're being proactive now so that, in the future, we're not trying to play catch up?
Yes, the staff has been looking at some designs and making some recommendations in terms of how we might be able to mitigate, some of these pieces. And I have to say personally that I think that these medians that we've added adds beautification to our city. I think previous councils worked hard to make sure that we could go back and put planting in areas that we didn't have them before. So really trying to find that balance between, concrete and dirt, and something that is actually adding to our city that we can maintain is going to be really important for us. So we've been having that discussion about, perhaps when we talk about the ends towards the sidewalk, do we need planting that goes all the way to the end there, and that would actually give us less cleanup. And so we'll probably be having that conversation and bringing that back to you all. We have the landscaping ordinance coming forward this fall, but one of the conversations that Nick and I had was I still have what I have, and we need to clean up what we have, and we need to get that to a place where we can make sure that people see that we're taking care of our city every place that they drive through.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mack. One last question on slide number 12, the top 20 traveled roadways. Is Pebble Hills not a top traveled roadway? I just didn't see Pebble Hills on there, so I wasn't sure.
So when we did this, we were basing it off data when we got two and a half years ago when we were providing the contract. We haven't updated. We will be re-looking at it when the contract comes up. We're on the second year of the contract, so when it renews, we'll be looking at it and trying to divvy up the roadways at that point per current information.
Perfect. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, thank you for the presentation. I know we've been in communication. You were at my community meeting last week, and I really appreciate all the work that you and your crew have been putting in. I know that they're working already 10 hours overtime as it is trying to, make sure that we beautify our city. I think from what I've heard from your presentation today, bottom line, you need help. You need help. We need more hands on deck. We have a third-party vendor that is not able for whatever reason to fulfill the scope of work that we've designated to that person. And so this item today is not listed as an action item, but I think that we need to look further into this to see how we can, put all of our efforts together and make sure that we are doing the right thing for our city. There's a saying that says dress to impress. I'm sure many people have heard it. And I just don't feel that our city right now is dressed to impress anybody. But the people that we need to impress the most, in my opinion, are our constituents, because that's who we respond to, that's who we are accountable to. I'm going to read some things that they've told me, and this is just coming from them, and this is why this item was brought forth by myself and Representative Maldonado Rocha, because I do think that we need to be leaders that not just listen, but that also take action. So, for example, one constituent says, I now understand what a frustrating task it is to work with the city. I can say without hesitation that our city is a mess. And instead of removing wild palms, they're trimming them. Instead of removing wild weeds, they leave them. I can't see any of the dead trees being removed. This was, I know that since then you have taken some care of some of these items that I have sent to you. Another constituent says, very unfortunate as to what has happened to the city. I am a native El Pasoan for 71 years. Another constituent says, it's disheartening to witness your city being overrun by weeds. Another constituent emailed me and said, when is the city going to turn this disaster around? So it's not one person, it's many people, and I think it's all throughout the city. I understand that we're trying to do as much as we can, but going back to my first point is you need help. If it's going to take you 1.5 to 2 weeks to do, the mile that you described, I understand why you can't give us a timeline today. Is that right? You can't give us a timeline?
Correct.
Because the task, I think, is too big, right? From what I understand. I mean, for the size crew that you have available at this time.
And it's still raining.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I just want to note for council that Nick mentioned that all of these services are paid through the environmental fee. Council has the ability and authority to adjust that fee at any time to add capacity to staff. As you recall, we did do an adjustment this year for code enforcement. A $1 increase to fee will get you about $2 million. So $1 will get you about $2 million. It will not give us all of the equipment right away, but it certainly would give the capacity to be able to start to bring the staffing on. They do have to have safety gear and trucks that really help people keep them safe within the median. So as you said, we've had this conversation for a long time. We made that adjustment when we got the TxDOT right-of-ways, which really was not adding additional capacity to what we had. We just grew our inventory. And so I just wanted to make sure I offer that as a possibility of council, so wants to entertain that in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. So I think, that's going to be a difficult conversation to have, to basically say the city doesn't have the funding to clean up the weeds that we currently have. Is that basically what I heard from what we have right now budgeted? Is that right?
Correct. So the environmental fee is specifically for cleanups throughout the city. I mean, Nick, you can talk about what's an environmental fee.
Yeah, it's for the median maintenance beautification group, code department. So it's pretty much just for the visual image, street sweeping, graffiti abatement. So that's what the environmental fee for, just to beautify the city.
Yeah. And many times we discuss, having a more proactive approach instead of a reactive one. As was previously mentioned, I mean, it's not like it never rains and it just rained this year. This year it just happened to rain more. We understand that. But it just seems like, we need to prioritize things. I think making sure that our city looks clean and, again is in a condition that people feel that their taxes are being put to good use. That is what people witness firsthand every day when they're driving our streets. And so that is the impression they have of the city they love. And that is why I think it is so important that we do our best to clean it up. That is what our constituents are asking for, and that is what I think they expect. They expect a response that's going to be action-oriented. So I don't know, because this item's not listed for action today. I don't know what action we can take. I know Representative Canales talked about something for next year. I just don't know if next year is soon enough. And I know that you need help. So again, we're going to have this discussion further on how that's going to happen, because those fees I don't think we can implement tomorrow either. So those weeds do need to be cleaned up soon, though. Okay, well, this is something that I think we need to discuss further. We need to make sure, again, that we are responsive to our constituency, because at the end of the day, we are held accountable for it. And we need a more proactive approach to how we address this issue, to make sure that our city really reflects the pride we feel as El Pasoans. Again, Nick, I know your crew is working hard. I know that you've been working hard, and you're doing the best with what you have today. So I thank you for those efforts, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, thank you for this presentation, and thank you to your crew who's out there in the different various weather, heat, cold, rain, sand, dirt, everything. We appreciate them very much for all that they do. I do have some questions here. Regarding the beautification, how is that different than the regular consistent cleanup? What is the difference between the maintenance and the beautification?
So median maintenance, they're strictly just on medians constantly throughout the year. The beautification group does the property cleanup. So anytime the code department deems a property out of compliance with either weeds, trash, hoarding, anything of that sort, that crew is just constantly working on those properties also. So we always have crews dedicated to that, because they come out throughout the year. They're not just a summer thing, because like I said, it's not just weeds, it's also trash, hoarding, different activities like that. So they're just continually working on that. And then we have one crew specifically for bulk pickups, and that's the service that we have. That's a $35 service that will pick up any trash in front of your house that you leave curbside, as long as you schedule it with us. So we have those crews that are continually dealing with those services outside of median maintenance.
Okay. And so the beautification team, they don't get called into to help clean the medians, or they're specific to just those areas that you just spoke of?
So typically during the summer, I bring them in as additional crews to work overtime, just to assist the median maintenance crew. During the fall and winter months, we keep them just on property cleanups, because when we do pull them off, there does get a little bit of a backlog on the property cleanups, and the residents still want those properties cleaned up at that time. So we pull them off, but then we bring them back during the fall and winter months to assist with that, so we could bring down the cases on the property cleanups also.
Okay. Regarding the third party, so you mentioned you're having some challenges with the third party contracting. What size is their crew? How many people are in their team?
They have two teams. I don't know how many crew members they have. We don't keep track of that. They have mentioned that, had some issues with hiring also, but their crew size changes anywhere from 6 to 8 people from what they've mentioned in previous meetings, but it varies based off people that are sick, vacation, different items like that. So they don't have a set number all the time, but they have mentioned that they've had issues with hiring on the median side also, because of the type of work that they perform.
Okay, and they work throughout the city. How do you know where to designate them to go and clean?
Once again, they do the top 20 most traveled roadways. As I mentioned, we developed that list 2 years ago, and they do those on a rotational basis. They start at the beginning, and then they continue throughout the top 20 roadways, and then they just rotate from the top of the list to the bottom, and they have them split up a little. It's not 10 to 10. It's more like 7 to 13, just due to the square footage. They broke it out evenly between what they take care of.
And when they're having the challenges meeting the required amount that they're responsible for, do you work with them so that the city works with that, or what happens in the area where they're not able to maintain?
We work with them, tell them that, they need to catch up on their schedule, so they try to hire more people. They try to get more equipment, more people out there. So we let them know, like, hey, this is where you should be right now. So we meet with them on a continual basis. We have a single employee that's constantly monitoring their contract to make sure they're trying to meet their goals. Like I said, as of August 30th, they hit about 1.1 million of their contract out of the 1.2. So they were in cycle 4, but they couldn't quite finish it. They were about a third way through the cycle, the 4th cycle.
Okay. The bidding process, is it based on lowest bid or best value? That's
So
a
when we
purchasing question.
originally had the contract, we put it out for bid 3 different times, and we had nobody bid on the contract. So we worked with Exceeds, who have I don't know how to describe the contract. They
Exceeds has an exemption.
an exemption, yes.
An exemption?
Yes, because they hire special needs and different employees of that sort, so they have an exemption with the city that we could work with them to have the contract. But when we initially went out for bid, we didn't have any bidders for 3 straight bids, so that's why we went with the special contract.
Okay. What is it, what is causing the lack of bidding?
Some of the state roads require you to have the TMAs, the traffic mounted attenuators, to provide the safety on the state roads. So the majority of the top 20 traveled roads are those contracted roads. So that's why we've had issue with some of the smaller groups, because we've been asked, why don't we hire more of the smaller groups? Well, they don't have the equipment for the traffic management. So, and a lot of the times we require that altogether just to keep the employees safe, because typically, if you're going to stay stationed longer than 1 hour in any location on a median, you have to have the traffic control through the city and get it all. But if you're continually moving, you don't have to, it's not required to have that traffic control, just to have the traffic vehicles behind you making sure they're stopping traffic. So that's one of the things we've had. And if they didn't have that, they would have to constantly be applying for traffic control to have that for every movement they were going to do throughout the city. So that's why we require for them to have those vehicles. So they're continually moving, and it reduces the amount of time that they have to prepare permits for traffic control and different items like that.
Okay. Regarding the illegal dumping, what would you say is the estimated cost that goes into that?
I don't have a number in my head, because it's very few and far between. In the medians, we get the majority of the legal dumping in the alleyways, but so on the medians, it happens few and far between. So I don't have a number. I could get that for you, though.
Okay, please. When they're cleaning the medians and they see, if they see trash maybe across the street or something like that, do they have to wait until they get a CR to clean that area up as well? Or I'm asking because it's on McCombs, we have a median that gets cleaned. They've done very well in cleaning that. But right across the street, there's illegal dumping, and there's a ton of trash there. We've put a CR several times. If they see that across the street, can they go and clean that area, or do they need to have the written document to be able to do that?
So it depends on the location. If we're talking about on the railroad property, we're not allowed to enter that property without a writ of entry, and that does take a bit of time through the railroad company, because they still don't even want us on their property the majority of the time because of the dangerousness of being next to the tracks. But if we do see it on,
I'm speaking of McCombs, so McCombs, there's no railroad track there.
if it's on private property, then we do have to go through the writ of entry process through code for them to establish a case, because we can't just enter a property without permission from the resident, or have them clean it, or do it through the writ of entry through the code department.
Okay. I'm brainstorming in my head right now of ideas here. Have you all ever had an adopt a medium type of program? I know you mentioned right now, you have to have the safety, but I know in other cities you can adopt a median, and so we can do something with schools, for example, for service-related projects.
So
Is that a possibility?
You could adopt the highway, which is the parkways. The medians, they never adopt the medians because of the safety issue. So we did have community cleanups about 2 or 3 years ago, where we had multiple cleanups, but we had to completely close down all the roads, so there was no traffic whatsoever. And we had volunteers come in, but they still got injured on site, and we were just pulling weeds and picking up trash. But it costs us anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 a mile to do the community cleanups, where our staff and the third party could do it anywhere from $3,500 to $4,500 for the same amount of median.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you.
Representative Acevedo?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Nick. It's been it's been a morning.
Yes.
I'm just kind of listening to the conversation and have some
questions and some thoughts, so I wanted to go over them. I guess you're talking about this plan that you have, and you do it every quarter or so on what you're doing, and you're trying to tackle that plan, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how do the CRs factor into that plan? I'm trying to have that understanding of when we put a CR in, which I think all the council offices from the conversation have put in a lot of CR requests.
Yes.
Or just CRs. So how does that work?
So when we do get a CR on the median maintenance, we try to provide the most updated schedule on our list to let them know when we're going to be hitting the median. We try not to jump off the rotation because then, it misaligns everything, and then we're going to miss one and it's going to be longer for others. So we try to provide the most updated schedule to let you know which one of the 6 crews is going to be there and the earliest date possible.
Okay, so you're not deviating from the schedule, even though you might get 5 CRs on one area.
We try not to. What we've been doing with the beautification crews on some of the heavier weeded areas, we have been attacking those with our beautification crews, but it's not based off the CRs. It's based off how much vegetation we're seeing in the medians to try to tackle those more heavy weeded areas. Because we want to keep that rotational basis to make sure we're getting the full coverage of the city.
Okay. I'd love to kind of see data on how many CRs have been submitted this summer alone, and how much of that has been tackled because it was already part of the current plan. Like I don't know, 100 CRs have been submitted, and then we only got to 20% because they weren't scheduled until later or something like that.
Okay, I could get that info.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I'm just wondering, the status quo, it seems, has been like this since 2018, since the TxDOT issue happened, and we're kind of seeing it now. And I'm wondering how we can strategize on the current processes that are in place, just because the many conversations that I've had with constituents have, they say, well, I'm already paying a lot in taxes. At the very least, this could be tackled, right? And I can't get into the nuances of, the budget is this and all of that. But when people are around, what they see is going to give them the impression that nothing is being done with the taxes that they're paying, right? So at the very least, you're paying high taxes, but what are we getting? And a lot of them think they're getting nothing, right? And so I think that's a lot of where their frustrations come into play. I'm also wondering with illegal dumping, when you were talking about illegal dumping in this presentation, you're talking specifically only in the medians, or you're talking illegal dumping in general as ZSD?
No, I was talking about the median maintenance group, and it's
Okay.
only illegal dumping within the medians.
Okay. And then, have you seen what other cities are doing? I think from what the mayor was saying earlier, Phoenix, Albuquerque, they're very similar in size and just even geography and stuff like that. Have you looked at what they do to not have this issue?
They don't have as many medians. There's a lot more, and I don't want to go that way. Like, a lot more are just the turning lanes, the concrete to provide where you're going to turn. Like I said, I'll sometimes go to Phoenix and just drive around the entire city. In the city of Phoenix, you don't see a lot of medians. You do see them in the more predominant areas, but you'll see them more in like Scottsdale, Glendale, and the smaller areas. But they don't have as many medians, and a lot of them are more just for turning purposes and providing traffic directions.
So different planning is what you're kind of saying.
I think they just have they don't have the volume that we do.
Okay.
I just reached out to 3 of the city managers, and we'll just get something
Yeah.
a little bit more comprehensive. The earlier messages that I got back was that some of the HOAs have responsibility for some of those. In business districts, businesses have taken on some of that responsibility. Obviously, I want to really understand what their baseline of staff involvement is, but we'll pull that together. And so you'll have something that's a little bit more comprehensive, and we'll send that out to everybody once I receive it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mack. And now that code is its own department, and I see Mr. Alvarado here, how is this collaboration kind of working? You're talking about getting a writ of entry. How long does it take to get something like that?
Well, the writ of entry, as soon as we receive the case from the code department will submit that in. It typically takes a week or two to get the writ of entry for a property. But like I said, when we pull back the beautification group from doing property cleanups and doing all the illegal dumpings, we only have 2 crews, so there might be a bit of a delay on getting those abated as quick as possible. But I don't know if Steve wants to go through the whole process real quick. Yeah.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Steve Alvarado for the record, Code Enforcement Director. For the writ of entries, once we send a case over to ESD or ESD partners, they will do some follow-up inspections to go out and check to make sure the case has not been cleaned. Therefore, they don't have to get the writ of entry, and they'll do a follow-up after that. They're posting a 48-hour notice when it comes to the second follow-up, letting them know, hey, this is the last time you have the opportunity, 48 hours to get out there and clean it before we, the city, get in there and clean it. We're working with the courts as well to see how we could streamline, maybe expediting signing these writ of entries. Annabelle Costas, the director there, we've been talking and communicating. It's been a great collaboration with the municipal courts. But we're looking at other opportunities with the new code enforcement department that started yesterday. Today's the first day. Hoorah. We're excited, looking at ways to improve services deliverables as well, and maybe creating our own abatement team to assist ESD, but focus on the property maintenance on private properties that we're writing up to expedite the process as well.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Steve. I also wanted to ask, you've put stuff out for bid, you said 3 times, and then you have a contract with some organization. Have we done anything, this has come up at my community meetings, with JPD or APD?
No, because we're at the capacity for the environmental fees, so we've continued with Exceeds right now on their third-party contract. Because, like I said, they've gotten close. They haven't hit the 4 cycles, but they've gotten there, and they've provided a minimum at least 3 cycles throughout the city on their current contract. So we've maintained with their current contract. This will be their last year coming up, so we'll be looking at all avenues in this next cycle.
Okay, and then you have 40 employees right now. You want to get to 47.
Yes.
And you're having trouble hiring for this, I'm assuming?
It's not that we have trouble hiring. We do hire employees. They come in, they'll stay. Some of them won't. It's a constant revolving door because it's a lot of work being outside, being crouched over, being bent over 10 hours a day, pulling weeds, because we try not to cut the weeds, because cutting the weeds, they'll grow back right away. So they try to pull all the weeds and try to get everything as much as possible pulled by hand. So it's a tough job. So it's a continual rotating basis. Either they'll go somewhere else, or they just can't handle it. And I completely understand why, because it's a tough job.
Okay.
But I would say, HR is constantly helping us with the hiring process. They do an amazing job to get us the list as quickly as possible, so we're constantly interviewing. And the solid waste service worker and the lead solid waste service worker is typically my most vacant position throughout environmental services. That doesn't include just medians and beautification. That includes the landfill and all the other divisions within environmental services, because it's typically an outdoor position doing manual labor.
Okay, and then I guess the last thing that I wanted to say was, even if we throw more money at this, there's always the issue of people power on this, right? And that is kind of my worry, because I kind of seen that with streets. Okay, we could throw more money at streets, but are we going to get sufficient people, whether they're in-house or whether it's a contract? How do we get there? I've seen it with animal services, where we don't have enough officers and they leave after 6 months, and there's retention issues, and that continues to be a theme that I've seen across departments, not just here. How can we get past these things where we could rethink on how we're approaching this? And that's kind of my theme overall on this item, that I really want to see us do things a little differently, because the status quo isn't working. I think about the illegal dumping as well. I've said that we need to open the citizen collection sites to all people, because if they have that open, then they're not going to be dumping behind their alley or something, like people that live in apartments or something that don't have a water bill. We're constantly going throughout my district, driving around, and then we see a couch in front of some apartments because they can't go dispose of it at the citizen collection. So that's kind of the overall thing. And Ms. Mack, I think
just overall in terms of staffing, we do expect to see, a certain number of turnover. And so what we've been doing in some cases is overfilling, just assuming that, in that cycle, you're going to see a certain amount of turnover, and allows us to sort of have the numbers that we need. As you know, we continue to work on some of the issues as it related to making sure that our compensation is competitive, but it's still 107 degrees and you're still outside for 10 hours. And so, in some of this work, you just understand the nature of the work and try to make it as pleasant as possible for the people who are signing up to get that done, and hoping that we can have enough people to work through some of those processes. And on the ESD item, we were having a discussion, and we'll send you a note on what we think might be a strategy in terms of allowing people who don't have water bills to be able to pay to be able to utilize that service. So we did have that listed from the budget process.
Okay, that's good to know. And I don't know, even the hours, right? If it's start at 6 a.m., go till 11, then come back at 4 and go till 9 or 3 to 8 or something like that, where they're not in the heat that is the highest throughout the day or something. I
So
don't know.
we've talked to staff, and they say once they start, they just want to go, because if they
Okay.
get that rest in between, they're done. Like,
They're done, yeah.
They don't want, and that's why they ask for the 2 days on the week, because then they'd rather do the overtime during the week, because it works better with them physically.
Okay.
Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, what a thankless job. The work that the people do is incredibly backbreaking work. I was looking at your overtime schedule that you have. So they're working 10 hours a day, and then you offer them overtime on Saturday, and I am absolutely not surprised that you don't have the whole crew coming back on that day. I wonder if you only did half a day. If you offered overtime just for half a day on Saturday, the possibility that I'll come in for 5 hours and do a little something extra. I mean, I'm just thinking I'd probably be dead tired on Friday afternoon at 4:30 and wouldn't be interested in coming in. But sometimes those things can come up. So I'm just curious about that. Recently, the median on Yarborough from Gateway down to Independence was cleaned up. It's been maybe about a month, 2 months. I don't believe that I saw any herbicide sprayed. Is that the green?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that it was sprayed because I think I would have seen it. And so I'm concerned or worried that the cleaning might be taking place, but we're not following up with a herbicide. Just a thought on that we would want to look at. And so let me see if I understand. In 2018, TxDOT said we're no longer maintaining medians. And so they don't at all. The city has undertaken that responsibility.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. Whenever there's an accident, whether it be on a major street, on a regular street, on I-10, and there's vehicle parts or pieces, fenders all over the place, whose responsibility is it to do that cleanup? Is it the tow truck service? Or is that TxDOT? Or is that the city? Y'all be driving, I'll see this fender on the side of the road, and I'm like, well, how did it get there? Obviously, it was an accident. But who's responsible for the pickup of that?
I don't want to speak. I don't know if there's anybody here.
Typically, Steve Alvarado for the record again. Typically, the tow truck driver after an accident would be responsible for cleaning up. They would throw some cat litter down or some sawdust down to soak up the fluids, brush it up, throw it into a trash can, any broken glass, and remove any bumpers. Typically, they'll throw the bumpers in the vehicle that they're towing. That's how it's happened across the states I've worked for.
And that's what I thought was supposed to happen, but I think we tend to find fenders all over the place. And it's been an accident where there was a tow truck, a vehicle was towed, but I don't think that they're fully following through on that particular pickup. So I'm wondering if letting you know, hey, there was an accident on Yarborough, there's a fender there, that you could go back and figure out, well, wait a minute, it was a tow truck. The tow truck's responsible, that maybe they should be the ones that would be cleaning that up. Just a thought on that. So Nick, on the CR process that Representative Acevedo brought up, so really, we can have as many CR concerns or constituent concerns about a particular area, excessive weeds, but it's not necessarily going to get any attention because things are already in a cycle.
That's for the cycles that the median groups do on a continual basis. Like I mentioned, when we have the beautification groups, they try to focus on the highest weed activities. So we move them to where those areas are to try to abate those issues as quick as possible with the highest amount of weeds so they could take care of those. We do move those around because they're not on a continual schedule. They're separate that we bring in on overtime, like I mentioned, separate from the median group. So they try to tackle those high traffic or like high weed areas as quick as possible.
Okay, that's a little bit different from what I had heard. Years ago, I remember that Riverside High School was having their homecoming parade. And oh my gosh, it was such a horrible weeded area. And so here the parade was going to happen and people were coming in. And so the group did an excellent job in cleaning it up. But it took, letting them know in advance, hey, we've got a parade route coming through here. It really would be nice to have it cleaned up, and you were able to, somebody, maybe Richard Bristol, I don't know who it was, but somebody was able to do that. And we appreciate that because we're in there. This is where we live. This is our area that we're looking at. And so we're the eyes of it. And maybe like people in your department are not necessarily living and being in that particular area. So I hope that you will take our request as perhaps almost expert, because we're coming in from the sense that this is what we are seeing ourselves. I mean, we don't even need to have our constituents tell us. We can see it. We know what it's like. And so,
well, I won't say we don't know it. Like I said, I do bring the median crews mainly during the summer, but we do bring them through other times of year when there's city events like Winterfest. If we see anything downtown, when Coldplay came into town, we made sure the airways and Montana were cleaned up before the concert. We do tackle things like that with the beautification crew when we do bring them in overtime. To handle the medians, to assist the medians group. So we do focus on city events that we know that there's going to be a lot of city residents there to make sure, like the Veterans Parade in the Northeast, we try to sweep there right before the parade and clean the medians right before to make sure we're taking care of the city events.
And I really appreciate it. I think that's really good that you've got the focus and really thinking of what areas people are going to be most focused on. That's the last thing we need, for people to complain about going down Montana and the weeds are all over the place or the street isn't swept. And I know that you do a really good job. So thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Nick. I'm going to echo the sentiment that Representative Canales made, which said, don't. I believe that all of that hate and everything that your crews are receiving should be directed at us. And I urge the public to please refrain from throwing anything, including words, to the staff that's out there, because it is not a safe environment. It's a very dangerous environment when you consider all the vehicles that are passing throughout the day. So I'll state with that. Secondly, I also want to kind of circle back with what Representative Chavez said in regards to being more proactive. So I just have a couple of questions that came up. Is there a plan, because based off of what I see, what you all do, what your crews do, tree or prune the trees and remove debris and all of this, right? Is there a proactive plan to use mulch or to pull back the landscape and throw some weed barrier on there? Or, I'm looking at things that are very reactive, and we use a lot of proactive in the herbicide and the emergent, but are there any other plans to use some other ways to go in that direction, like ground cover, you know, over the landscaping. I don't know, ways to that are going to eliminate the weeds or choke the weeds out, similar to what, you know, what we use at home, for example. Are there any plans to do that?
I think we'd have to take a deeper look at that because the landscaping
Right.
is in the middle of a roadway.
Right.
So you're really concerned about wind blowing, so it's very different than how we would probably treat our yards.
Right.
I think, you know, what we have in terms of the design, in terms of the rocks and things like that are really about the fact that it's a design median. So I certainly can make sure as we're talking about looking at other ways to approach some of this, that we put that on the list and look at other things we might be able to bring forward. I did speak to the teams in terms of the folks who design the medians. They do have weed barrier. I don't know if it's, you know, disintegrated because of the heat, and so it may
Right.
be an opportunity for us to go back and look at some of those pieces. So those are conversations that we're having.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just a question more than anything to understand, right, for the public to say, well, we do all of this to maintain, but what are we doing to prevent down the line, right? More long-term solutions versus the pre-emergent and the herbicide. So thank you, Nick, for you and your staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the history of it. Again, going back to 2018, I remember the conversation, and there was a lot of public conversation about, do we even want landscaped medians? And we talked about the possibility of just paving medians and having concrete medians. And the public absolutely said no. We want landscape medians. I mean, I remember it was presented as like it's an option that will keep them clean. We could do stamped concrete or, you know, painted medians, and, you know, people really wanted the landscape medians. And I remember it being presented as like, we will have a challenge to maintain these over time. And, you know, I'll sound like a broken record. As the city keeps growing, it keeps expanding, we're adding miles and miles of medians, right? Like thousands and thousands of square feet for the crews to maintain. The environmental fee that we're receiving is not even growing at the same pace as the centerline miles that we have to maintain. And so I think it's important to recognize, like, it's been, you know, 7 years since we had that conversation, and people are now seeing the result of, like, if we keep adding landscape medians, we're going to keep having the issue. But I think the public probably still feels the same. They want to have landscape medians. And so, like I said before, we're going to have a conversation about if the public wants landscape medians, they're going to have to pay for, and I mean, I say they, I mean, all of us, right? We all pay it too. We're all going to have to pay for what that costs to maintain a landscape median. And I don't think we are paying the full cost of that right now. And we're seeing that in what we're seeing out in the field. There are going to be challenges in maintaining. So, like Ms. Mack said, we can adjust that environmental fee and give you all more resources. But we're going to have to hear from the public whether they want that or not. You know, we can have it looking perfect and people will pay a lot more, or we can have it looking a little bit better and people might pay a little bit more, or we can leave things as they are. And I mean, I know that's a struggle for your department, but we kind of have to make the decision, and the public has to help us make the decision of what level of service they want in terms of median cleanliness. You know, this is an abnormal year, but we do see this conversation every year. And every year I have people tell me it's never been worse than this year. And then it gets cleaned up and then they're happy for, 9 months until the next rainy season. It's not easy. Like it's raining multiple times a week, and it has been for the last few months. We don't see that every year, but we do see rain every year, and the weeds grow when it rains. So I know I've been urging my constituents to have a little bit of patience. It's hard to clean when it's raining nonstop. So, yeah, I'm very open, council, to having the conversation about the environmental fee. But again, anytime people hear raising fees, they don't like the sound of that. And so it's a conversation we're going to have with the public. One last thing I wanted to clarify, because I keep hearing, and I hear it from my constituents all the time, for whatever reason, they compare us with Albuquerque. So I was just looking up. I was curious. Albuquerque is about 187 square miles, not growing as fast geographically. We're 248 square miles in El Paso and growing much faster than them geographically. So we're already a third bigger, like 33% bigger than Albuquerque. And again, funding is different. The level of planting in the medians is different. It's not an easy comparison. You can't just say one place does it this way and we should do it that way too. Different state regulations. There's all kinds of reasons why a different city's landscaping and medians might look different than ours. But yeah, open to having the conversation about the fee. And it's something I'll be asking my constituents about right away. Thank you again, Nick.
Thank you.
And one last plug here, and that's Nick will be at my community meeting tomorrow night. So any constituents who are watching who want to come ask questions, maybe have a conversation about the environmental fee, come join us tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, thank you once again. I want to ask you, because the direction from council said plans for communication with the public regarding process and expected completion dates. So what is the message to the public going to be?
I would say the message to the public is we're out there, we're bringing in extra crews, we're trying to catch up to the pre-rain medians. We're working 5 to 6 days a week. We're going to get there. I don't have a time frame, but I will say we're going to catch up to where we were before the rains within the next couple of months. We'll be there again. Our staff is continued. They take great pride in what they do, and they see the weeds, and it hurts them also because they live here in El Paso. So they are working hard. We will get back. You know, like I said, once the weeds die, when the rainfall stop, it's a lot easier to clean up the medians because they're a lot easier to pull. They come out a lot quicker. They're not attached to anything seriously under the soil. So it will increase the speed. You know, we look more 1.5 to 2 weeks in the worst part of the year, and the more vegetated to more of a 1 week per the 52,000 square feet. So we will get to where we need to be. Hopefully within the next few months once the rainfall start slowing down.
Okay, and I guess maybe this question is for Ms. Mack. How are we going to communicate this to the public? What means are we going to use?
The communications team was already working on some graphics, particularly on the double frontage. We certainly can push out something regarding what our teams are doing, talking about the safety, including some of the schedule information, sort of summarize some of the things that Nick talked about so people can see the proactivity to the work that's happening.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I think the message has to be very clear. I wouldn't like the message to be, oops, it rained too much this year and we don't have a budget for it. I think that would be the incorrect message. I think our message needs to be more of how the city is really working to beautify the areas that have a lot of weed growth, and that we are working hard. We recognize that there's an issue, and that our team, your team and others are really working nonstop to better this and make it look nicer. So I think that should be the message. I welcome council if they have a different message, but I think that would be a better message because I think that's what we're doing.
We're not going to say that, ma'am. So our intention, for us and the public, we're always going to do our best with the resources that we have.
Yes.
But if you're saying that we want to move it to a level higher than what we know we have responsiveness to in our community, that's when I offered the option of this is what I believe it will take. But our message is going to be, this is what we're doing, this is what we're working on, just as he presented his presentation. He actually had some slides about additional cost. I told him to hide those slides because that's not the conversation today.
Exactly.
And so, I think we understand what our community is asking of us, and we want to be very honest about what we think the results are going to be based on the manual labor that it takes to just go out there and pull these weeds.
Yeah.
Ms. Cruz?
Laura Cruzacosa, forgive my voice. Laura Cruzacosa with the communications. Loteria. To echo what Ms. Mack is saying is basically we've actually already started that communication effort through some of the video programming that we put out in our community, as well as some of and Nick referenced this in some of the printed collateral that we are distributing throughout the community with the support of Steve's group. And so we will continue to do that in that respect. We will continue to be aggressive in explaining some of the work that Nick's crews are doing and the support that the community can do, talking about the policies and procedures that exist at this point in time. And with all that's happening here, we will continue to be more aggressive with the support of Nick in that effort.
Thank you, Laura. And Ms. Mack, because you mentioned you reached out to other city managers, I know Nick and I have had the conversation about HOA companies that are already working in the city of El Paso whose medians do look good. I don't know if there would be an opportunity to speak with them or collaborate with some of them that are already doing the work. Somehow they have figured it out. Obviously, they have less to cover, I'm sure, than you do, but whatever they're doing, of the ones I've seen, not all of them, of the ones I have seen, they seem to have some sort of system that's working for them, so it might be helpful or beneficial to us to figure whatever that system is and see if we can implement any of those changes as well.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Trejo?
Thank you. I wanted to go back to my question regarding if this was, if the bid was lowest bid versus best value. And the reason is that, so, I also did a little bit of research, and Phoenix and Albuquerque have the best value bid for this type of work, and it's performance-based. And so something to consider as you all are bidding for these contractors to help with this cleanup is to make it performance-based and have some matrix towards it. And so something, this is something for procurement. I know they're not here, but something to consider going forward when looking at these bids. And then also with the marketing, Laura, I share your voice right now. If you can share any graphics, marketing, anything that you're putting out there in the public, if you can share it with our districts as well, so that we can share it on our newsletters. Thank you so much.
Well, Nick, I think that's it. And I just want to kind of, summarize again what we're all going to tell you is the safety of the city employees and your crews is paramount. That is the most important thing as you're performing the work, and that goes for all city employees. I also want to, recognize and say we understand the hard work that goes into doing this. And me personally, I woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning, went out there with one of your crews to personally witness the incredible work that they do, and we are not minimizing that in any way, and we respect the work. What you're hearing is, the community saying we want to see more and more and more. And we're going to have to figure out, to Representative Canales' comments earlier, what is the more? Is it raising the fee, the environmental fee? What is this more that we need to do to get this under control? Because one thing's constant, it is going to rain next monsoon season.
Yes.
And we may be having this same similar conversation, and we need to get ahead of it. The other thing is, the world that I live in, there's a scope of work that comes out, and as a contractor, I bid it, and I have to live within the 4 walls of that particular contract. So contractors that are saying, I can't do this, or I don't, someone call that should be outside the realm of the actual particular contract. We should hold them to whatever they bid on, and make sure that they're helping you, because obviously you could use the support. I think we will get over this hurdle. And one of the other things I was going to mention and ask you, have you ever altered the schedule and said, let me do some windshield driving and go see the Lower Valley or Northeast or the West Side or East Side, whatever part of town that may be, and see if maybe one area needs a little bit more attention than one that may be on the schedule?
Yes, like I mentioned to the reps, that's what the beautification crews do when they're doing the overtime during the summer. They tackle the higher weed areas that we see. So we have 2 supervisors that are constantly driving around, looking to check out the entire city to see, once again, to check in what our crews are doing, what the third-party crews are doing, and just to see where the high weed areas are. So we could move those beautification crews that aren't part of the meeting crews to help assist with those.
Okay, very good. And again, we you know, there's a lot of favorite departments we have here at the city, and you're also one of those. So
Thank you.
we have a number of those, and you're included in that. And again, we appreciate the great work you're doing, and whatever more we can do. You know, it's going to be a tough conversation that City Council is going to have to address, but we appreciate the hard work, and we want your folks to stay safe. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Bryan?
Council, that brings us to executive session. Is there a motion to retire? There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the City Council of City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.58 of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, claim of Jessica Gallardo LaRock, claim 599 under 551.071. Executive session item 2, claim of Marina Flores, claim 745 under 551.071. Executive session item 3, claim of Cheryl Gropp, claim 754 under 551.071. Executive session item 4, Barbara Thompson et al. Versus City of El Paso et al. Cause number 324-00276 under 551.071. Executive session item 5, TJW Aviation LLC and Far West Texas and Southern New Mexico Trauma Regional Advisory Council, DBA Border Rack versus City of El Paso, cause number 2025 DCV 3589 under 551.071. Executive session item 6, Joseph Pickett versus City of El Paso, cause number 2024 DCV 5250 under 551.071. Executive session item 7, Daniel Villegas versus City of El Paso et al., USDC case number 315-CV-386 under 551.071. Executive session item 8, application of El Paso Electric Company Macho Springs reassignment, PUC number 57760, HQ number utility-63 under 551.071. Executive session item 9, application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates, PUC number 57568, HQ number utility-60 under 551.071. Executive session item 10, application of El Paso Electric Company to implement an interim fuel refund, PUC number 58546, HQ number utility-72 under 551.071. Executive session item 11, application of El Paso Electric Company to amend its certificate of convenience and necessity, CCN, for a 100 megawatt solar and 100 megawatt battery storage facility, PUC number 57501, HQ number utility-61 under 551.071. Executive session item 12, discussion on economic development opportunities in Northwest El Paso, Texas, HQ number 25-4305 under 551.087. Executive session item 13, discussion on economic development opportunities in Northeast El Paso, Texas, HQ number 25-5335 under 551.087. And executive session item 14, city manager evaluation and legal consultation regarding employment agreement, evaluation process, and duties of city manager under 551.071 and 551.074. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.074, personnel matters, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 10:42 a.m.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Prine. We are ready to go.
Yes, sir. Is there a motion to come out of executive session? There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the meeting is back in session at 2:27 p.m. Mayor Pro Tem EX1.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to deny the claim of Jessica Gallardo Lyric in HQ claim number 599, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents, in order to effectuate this authority.
There's a motion and a second, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon on EX1 to deny the claim. On that motion, call for the vote.
Sometimes you guys leave and come back for some
votes.
reason.
Representative Nino?
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Limon? Thank you. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
EX2?
EX2?
Try that.
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to deny the claim of Marina Flores in HQ matter number claim 745, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents, in order to effectuate this authority.
Second. There's a motion and a second, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, and this is to deny the claim on EX2. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX3?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to deny the claim of Cheryl Gropp in HQ matter number claim -754, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents, in order to effectuate this authority.
Motion and a second, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. There's a motion made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is to deny the claim on EX3. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes 7-1. Representative Acevedo voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion carries.
Okay.
EX4?
No action.
Thank you. EX5?
No action.
Thank you. EX6?
No action.
Thank you. EX7?
No action.
Thank you. EX8?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to accept the settlement proposal in the application of El Paso Electric Company's Macho Springs reassignment under the Texas Public Utility Commission docket number 57760 in matter number High Q Utility-63, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents, in order to effectuate this authority.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like for notation for EX8 and EX10 that I did receive a contribution from the El Paso Electric Employees PAC for $1,000. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just also wanted to notate for EX8, 9, 10, and 11 that I've received $1,750 from the El Paso Electric Employees PAC.
Okay. Representative Limon.
Yes, Mayor, I echo the same sentiment on that contribution.
Yep. As well as I do on EX7, 8, EX8, 9, 10, and 11. I received a contribution from the El Paso Electric PAC. Ms. Prime, no other discussion. Please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is to accept the settlement on EX8. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX9?
No action.
Thank you. EX10?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to hire and retain outside counsel and any other necessary consultants, and to file an intervention in the application of El Paso Electric Company to implement an interim fuel refund under the Texas Public Utility Commission docket number 58546 in matter number High Q Utility-72, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
There's a motion and second. Ms. Prime, please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon on EX10, and this is to hire and retain outside counsel and file an intervention. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX11,
No action?
thank you. EX12,
No action?
thank you. EX13,
No action?
thank you. EX14,
No action.
thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the work session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the work session for Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 is adjourned at 2:33 p.m. Thank you, Council.